we are shortly going to be picking some other things, but we will be very shortly moving into best overall bantam. So we need our champion and reserve from everything from our moderns, our old English, our rose comb, our single comb, feather leg. All of those birds need to be lining up because very shortly we'll be picking overall bantam.
All right, so we're going to finish up the AOCCL class with these Sumatras that are up here. I realized I didn't really talk about everything else that was on the table prior. The biggest issue we had with everything else that came up here, not that I didn't find any good birds, but the condition just really wasn't there. I had a Cornish that was pretty nice, but just covered in pin feathers, like half the body at least is pin feathers. And that takes away from a lot of the bird. It makes a lot of holes in that bird. And like we kind of talked about earlier, it's all about really, it's finding the one that's the most complete today, and that's the most ready for the show today. So I ended up finding that in my Sumatras. I do have a couple pretty nice Sumatras here. One in particular, I like her type a little bit better. I like her body and finish a little bit better compared to the other. The males, their condition isn't going to beat the females today. But we're going to end up going with two females, best Sumatra, best AOCCL, female on the end right here. My reserve, female right here in the middle.
Round of applause for our AOCCL exhibitors. Our champion is Caden Coranda, and our reserve is Lathan Huntley. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. We are missing a couple of our top bantam birds. So if you are a champion or reserve bantam,
Too low? Yeah, I see it now. Yep. Okay, but we're missing reserve, feather leg. Oh, missing one.
All right. Just want to thank you guys for having me today. I had a lot of fun doing these Bantams. I know the show isn't over, but just wanted to take an opportunity to thank everybody for having me. I've really enjoyed it up to this point. Really nice junior show. A lot of really nice birds have hit the tables. A lot of what sets us apart when we get to this point comes down to that condition, overall breed type, of course. But it gets down to those little fine points. Usually if they won their class and they get to this point, they're probably a very good representation of their breed. So they generally meet that breed standard, probably not deducting as many points in overall type. That's where you kind of start getting to the color, you start getting to the condition aspects of the birds. For a junior show, I will say, guys did a phenomenal job. Judged a lot of open shows that don't always have people bringing birds that are in this great of shape. So I'm generally impressed. Since I've already talked about most of the birds throughout the day, I don't think I really need to talk about each one.
Get in our second class here of senior showmanship. Hey, we're going to need one of these back. Young lady here does an awesome job. And once again, I'm not going to tell you what that awesome job is. You'll start seeing a pattern, I think, after a bit. But yet at the same time, and I talked this time, I thought, you know what, I'll go ahead and talk to them other two. I talked to them and told them what perhaps kept them out of coming back for our final drive. Put our hands together as they go back to the barn.
In Class 2 Senior Showmanship, receiving purples, Jolie Clement from Saunders County. Receiving blues, Isaac Snyder from Frontier County. And Trevin Stuke from Saline County.
I need to come back. I'm sorry. All blue, same thing. One comes back, girl, chest or white. She's your purple, and the one that comes back. Okay. I'll get more of a rhythm with you here. All right, obviously a bunch of good showmen out here. You know, as I travel the country, these kids are just so cotton picking good everywhere I go. And with 10 classes and knowing that in the end I only need the crazy elite ones. Once again, I talked to them a little bit about what made them not come back for your champion drive. The one that does come back for your champion drive is the young lady showing the Chester. Does an awesome job. She'll be back for your finalist drive. And put our hands together for those exhibitors that exit the ring here in this class.
In Class 3, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Kylie Hackbart from Saline County. Receiving blues, Mason Yonda from Howard County. Isaiah Rowert from Washington County. Annalyn Beach from Odo County. Gentry Rasek from Valley County. And Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County.
Okay, hey, I'm not just a numbers guy and play the percentages and numbers, 1, 2, no matter what in class. We got ourselves some stingers in this class. So we got 3 going to come back for our champion drive here. One of them's going to be the young lady with this belt of gilt. You'll come back, young lady. The young man here with this belt of gilt will come back. And then the young man with the painted up barrel down there. All 3 of you will come back as finalists. Awesome job, okay?
In Class 4, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Baker Krupicka from Lincoln County, Ava Carnot from Burt County, and Garrett Ruth from Butler County. Receiving blues, Braden Harger from Keith County, and Allie Ritter from Cumming County.
Did I talk? Oh. One coming back, the young man, 1737 there at the end, is going to be our one coming back for our finalists. I talked to those other kiddos in terms of what we could have changed just a little bit. Congratulations to you, man. We'll see you later in the finalists.
In Class 5, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purple, Tate Smith. Receiving blues, Braxton May from Hamilton County. Layden Hendricks from Thayer County. Carson Lane from Douglas Sarpy County. And Rachel Cook from Lancaster County.
Okay, once again, a bunch of good showmen here in this class. We do have two coming back, or I do have two coming back. The young lady with the calico, she'll come back and join us in the finalist division. And the young man with the black one down there at the far end will be another one that will join us in the final. And obviously, all of them are good showmen, and man, we're going to have some smokers when we get to that champion drive.
In Class 6 Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Hunter Creech from Scottsbluff County, and Kaylee Ruth from Butler County. Receiving blues, Bruce Garacki from Johnson County, Wyatt Cook from Kimball Banner County, Anthony Haas from Box Butte County, and Jarrett Hansen from Howard County.
All right, once again, really, really good set of showmen in our senior division, two coming back out of this class. And it'll make more sense to you at the end. I would like to think if you're ringside, you're starting to see what automatically gets them into the final division. But we'll talk more about that as we get there. The two that are coming back, the young lady at the far end there with the belted gilt, and then joining us also in the final drive will be the young man with the blue butt gilt. Put our hands together for these other exhibitors.
In Class 7, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving a purple, Ryland Johnson from Kearney County, and Lane Mahaffey from Dodge County. Receiving blues, Kale Foster from Douglas Sarpy County, Kaylee Minnick from Webster County, Rosalind Wills from Box Butte County, Sam Siegfried from Red Willow County, and Brooke Luchtenhaus from Saunders County.
All right, put our hands together. Hey, this cat right here is going to come back for our champion drive. Good job for him. And then he'll be the only one in here. I talked to him a little bit, and it'll all make more sense to you as we go through our champion drive. But no doubt they're going to be really, really good. Put our hands together one more time for those kiddos as they head back to the barn.
In Class 8, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Carson Haas from Box Butte County. Receiving blues, Abraham Foss from Otoe County. Jameson Prince from Buffalo County. Connor Oberg from Frontier County. Bristol McConville from Dawson County. Jordan Boniface from Webster County. Barrett Harms from Thayer County. And Chloe Cutlers from Lancaster County.
Oh, yeah, I didn't talk. They got out before I talked, which is fine and dandy. Hey, I talked to each one of them just a little bit. Well, what would make it a little different? The first two that I shook their hands to will be the ones that come back and join us in that awesome set of seniors for that finalist.
In Class 9 Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Addison Bates from Odo County and Rayleigh Wills from Box Butte County. Receiving blues, Marissa Palm from Saunders County, Trey Cook from Kimball Banner County, Chloe Kessler from Seward County, Elliot Werner from Johnson County, and Lane Welch from Frontier County. After Class 10 Senior Swine Showmanship, we will move to our semifinals of Senior Showmanship in the North Ring, which will be Classes 1 through 5, followed by the semifinal for Classes 6 through 10 in the South Ring. And then we're going to finish with our Senior Swine Showmanship Championship in the South Ring.
I think I talked to the two, and they're already panned up that we got out of here. Once again, don't think I talked to the young lady there in the black. Can't tell you over the microphone what you did wrong, but I'll sneak up to you here when I drop this. Put our hands together as these kiddos head back to the barn.
In Class 10 Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Marissa Yonda from Howard County and Case Brabitz from Saunders County. Receiving blues, Ellie Siegfried from Red Willow County, Carson Miller from Burt County, Kendall Selman from Dawes County, and Grace Wilkie from Lincoln County. In the North Show Ring right now, we have our semifinal for Senior Swine Showmanship for Classes 1 through 5. Moving on to the championship drive in senior swine showmanship, Morgan Clement from Saunders County, Ava Carnop from Burt County, and Garrett Ruth from Butler County. In the South Show Ring, we have the semifinal drive for our senior swine showmanship for classes 6 through 10. We will follow this by our championship showmanship drive in the South Ring. From our semifinal in class 6 through 10, going on to the final are Marissa Yonda from Howard County, Case Brabitz from Saunders County, and Rylan Johnson from Kearney County.
Hey, good stuff. Put our hands together for this senior division. You know, I've judged for a lot of years, and it's always funny. Lots of people say, oh, you got to do showmanship. Hey, I'm okay with showmanship. I mean, these things are getting so good and so good. And there's no doubt that you could probably have a different judge come in for showmanship and scramble this top 5 or so. I'd like to think that qualified judges, when we get into breeding gilts and market hogs, we can probably come closer on them than maybe we can from showmanship. I've got a style. My style is I like smooth operators. I like them with some poise and pattern. I like them to use their whips but not overuse their whips. I like them to have their whips, the pig know what the whip is supposed to do without overusing it, because that tells me that they've worked that much more at home. And these 3 out here are that. Obviously, if you didn't make your first cut, what it was for me at that point, the reason I stand right here, I want a step. When you're coming out on step 2, that head better be up, showing me chest floor square and perfect. Then we go into the next 2 seconds of a profile and end that first 10 seconds going away. And then if you're really good, then go ahead and go into your profile from there. The one that wins it out here is for, as good as these are, this one is my easy champion. It's closer between second and third for me, but the person of your champion, I think, is just flawless in terms of ability to come out of the gate, ability to be in the ring, and uses the whip, but uses it as a light touch because the pig knows exactly what that whip coming at him means. Young man, you're awesome. Calico, champion. So the differences between your second and third for me, both of them qualify in terms of getting in the top 3 in terms of that first 15-second approach. I'll give you 1 step, 2 step has to be up. They got it. Give me chest floor. They gave me all those first 10 seconds things that you got. One of them out here is a bit faster, not because it wants to be faster, just because it's probably trained to be that way at home. But between these 2, this young lady, I like the use of your whip to get it right underneath the jawbone just a notch more, which typically points your head just a notch more. The wind stretches your neck a little better because you do have a little bit of dewlap and throat latch on that one. And when you tip that one, it's really good. And that's where you, young lady, I like your aggressiveness, probably need to spend a little bit more time on tipping your head just up a little, because yours is the same way. Have a little throat latch. We need it tipped up just a notch more. Hence, 2, 3. Good job. Good job. Hey, these are so good. I'm going to go ahead and keep talking them down. We got a top 5, and deservingly so. The young lady then that comes out next. Probably in relation to those, you do everything right in terms of your approach. A little reluctant and slow stepping in the beginning when you come. When you get out here, I think you're really, really good. There's times where your pig wants to fight you just a notch more when you go into curves, and you got to read. And that's, she wasn't one that I took into the corner, but that was another thing about the champion and the Calico. When I tell him to go in the corner, he effortlessly went into the corner and churned and came out. And none of them did what I hate. Because they're all so good. One of the things that I'm giving it all away now, right? And so those next divisions will get it. But the ones that go into a corner and then they jump on the car hood, in other words, get in front of the pig, and then they re-engage again, that's not my style. So obviously, if they're listening on the next ones, they're going to get it. Not that she did that, but your re-engagement of your pig on your head after you took curves were not as good as those top 3. Young man that comes out next. Your pig is stout and wide and powerful. In relation to those others, it appeared sometimes you weren't as smooth operator and you had to go just a notch more aggressive with the whip than what I would prefer. Hey, you're awesome. You're really good. Your pig needed that extra poke and prod more than what it did. But amongst those others, it wasn't as smooth in terms of use of your utensil and your rapid fire quick, like right there. That's a bit aggressive for me, because what that does, my eyes go to your whip and not your pig, and my eyes should always be on the pig. Young lady, hey, we only need 5 here, but you're 6 because you're also really, really good. For you, it's not your fault that you landed in 6, it's your pig, and it's because that one is flatter in terms of its feet, doesn't get out here and can be as smooth in terms of its step and gait, and because of that takes away from it a little bit in terms of your showmanship. I know it's not your showmanship because you're really, really good, but congratulations making the top 6. A couple other things I talked to on those kids that went back, and I don't do it in the ring when they're here, Showmanship also is obviously showmanship of your animal. In other words, skin and hair and those things. So some of those kids I talked about, and they're probably telling your parents back at the ring at this point in time, the ones that had a little bit of mange, probably could have used a little bit of Prolate, cleaned them up. That's presentation and showmanship of your pig as well. And then also on a few of them, probably not dark enough hided. Could have seen the sunlight. God knows it's hot enough this summer. We had enough sun. Now, from a hair standpoint, we're all on this new kick hair. I'm not going to be the judge that discounts anyone for hair. Also hot summer, and we shed it a bit. Awesome senior group. Looking forward to the rest.
In our senior swine showmanship, our champion is Case Brabitz from Saunders County. Our reserve champion, Morgan Clement from Saunders County. In third place, Marissa Yonda from Howard County. In fourth place, Ava Carnop from Burt County. And in fifth place, Garrett Ruth from Butler County. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to start our intermediate showmanship in just a moment with Class 1 in our North Show Ring. We have 8 classes in intermediate showmanship, and we will be doing it similar to the way we did the senior swine. We'll show those 8 classes and then have a semifinal for classes 1 through 4, a semifinal for 5 through 8, followed by a championship drive in the South Show Ring. Our judge today is Shane Brinning from Keota, Iowa. Shane and his wife own and operate Brinning Genetics in Keota, Iowa, which is in southeastern Iowa. Shane was a graduate of Iowa State University and a national championship livestock judge. In Class 1, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purple, Cruz Sims from Sherman County. Receiving blues, Jace Harger from Keith County. Silas Ruert from Washington County. And Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. Can we have the top 5 senior showmen come to the backdrop in the southeast of the show arena for a picture? The top 5 senior showmen. We are currently showing intermediate swine showmanship class number 3 here in the North Show Ring. From Class 2 Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Riker Kellums from Cass County and Henry Adams from Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues, Braxton Foss from Odo County, Charlie Winters from Hamilton County, Noah Roth from Hall County, and Brinley Kessler from Seward County. In the South show ring, we are currently showing Class 4 Intermediate Swine Showmanship. From Class 3 Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples are Jenna Peterson from Kearney County and Coy Klug from Platte County. Receiving blues, Audrey Zemek from Merritt County, Jovi Setlick from Valley County, Isaac Stuk from Saline County, and Livia Peterman from Franklin County. Here in the North Ring, we are in Class 5 Intermediate Swine Showmanship. So we'd like to thank our sponsors for today's showmanship show: Nebraska Pork, Don Peterson, the Parks Companies, Farm Credit Services, Pinnacle Bank, and Aurora Cooperative. From Class 4 Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Perry Kowalski from Sherman County, Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County, Cruz Molina from Platte County, and Gage Creech from Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues, Madeline Harms from Thayer County, Witten Jensen from Garfield County, Oliver Schmidt from Harlan County, Ty Valdez from Custer County, Kenzo Carlson from Kearney County, and Devin Dosey from Hamilton County. We are now in Class 6 Intermediate Swine Showmanship in the South Show Ring. From Class 5, receiving purples, Kaisley Raber from Cass County and Jolie Divish from Saunders County. Receiving blues, Briley Hall from Seward County, Miles Esau from Gage County, Grady Boniface from Webster County, and Bridget Sedlacek from Douglas-Sarpy County. We're currently watching Class 7 Intermediate Swine Showmanship here in the North Ring. From Class 6, receiving purples, Aaliyah Beach from Odo County, and Eliza Divish from Saunders County. Receiving blues, Laura Stitt from Seward County, Avery Ruth from Butler County, Bowen Bridges from Johnson County, Harper Fritsch from Madison County, and Tinley Spees from Howard County. We're currently watching Class 8 Intermediate Swine Showmanship here in our South Ring. From Class 7, receiving purples, Hudson Schmidt from Harlan County. Receiving blues, Paisley Winters from Hamilton County. Miles Babcock from Custer County. Welch Jett from Frontier County. Ellie Beal from Brown Rock, Kepahaw counties, and Caleb Hackbart from Saline County. if you're in intermediate showmanship semifinal 1 through 4, we need you in the North Show ring. Intermediate showmanship classes 1 through 4, we need you for the semifinals. If you received a purple in classes 1 through 4, come to the North Show ring. Gage Creech, please come to the North Show ring for intermediate swine showmanship semifinal. From Class 8, intermediate swine showman, receiving purples, Gemma Clement from Saunders County, Brooklyn Creech from Scottsbluff County, Blake Day from Buffalo County, receiving blues, Allie Cook from Kimball Banner Counties, Aaliyah Puppernick from Valley County, and Bentley Eisenbart from Dual County.
So obviously now that was one of our semifinals. I pulled the 4 that'll go on in our final. Hey, I like this way that we do it. The heat water gets deeper and deeper. Congratulations to you guys in the ring. You made it this far. It was just those little things that I will discuss here at the end that perhaps this one, I love your speed, but it's too much speed. You're a little bit out of control sometimes with the pig. It's the one saying, hey, I want to go this fast, and you should be saying, no, I don't want you to go that fast. The white one's the opposite end of that spectrum. I'd like to see that one catch another gear when told to catch another gear. Now, it's partly because the hog says, I just don't want to ever have that gear. But in relation to those others, it doesn't look as smooth out here in terms of that one's gait because of it. A young lady right here probably doesn't give us quite as aggressive of a look coming out of the gates as the other. Young man, when you get out here and do your profile, you're really, really good. Probably not as top-notch in relation to those top four in terms of coming square at me, blade knee to ground, coming out of the chest with the chest floor out of the pans. And it's one of those things, it's hard, and you made it this far. Congratulations. Put our hands together for these exhibitors. They go back to the barn.
In the semifinal of intermediate swine showmanship from classes 1 through 4, moving on to the final in no order are Cruz Sims from Sherman County, Coy Klug from Platte County, Cruz Molina from Platte County, and Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. In the south ring now, we have our intermediate swine showmanship semifinal for classes 5 through 8. We will follow this with our championship drive for intermediate swine showmanship in the south ring. in our intermediate swine showmanship semifinal from classes 5 through 8, moving on to the final in no order, Eliza Divish from Saunders County, Blake Day from Buffalo County, Brooklyn Creech from Scottsbluff County, and Gemma Clement from Saunders County. Here in the South Show Ring, we are starting our championship drive for intermediate swine showmanship.
Hands together for these awesome intermediate. They're out here. If we've got grandparents on the sidelines and your kids showed and now these are your grandkids, they're a lot better than we were, aren't they? Hey, and that's what's so awesome about this in terms of the amount of time our kids are spending in the barn, because I promise you that's what it's about. My kids are done and everything, and I wouldn't trade any of it for a second. And we get out here, and quite frankly, it's a little bit as good as they are, man. They're really, really good. There's one out here for me that, once again, probably closer between second and third than it is for first. All of them, obviously, in the top three are perfect in terms of coming out of the gate, chest forward look, showing me all the angles. And then after that, then this is the time on the champion drive where I spend more time looking at the hogs as they're going back in the ring. And there's one when we still had all 8 of them out here, just splits the gaps, is at the coming at me, going away in the spot that I think that person needs to be. And it doesn't necessarily always have to be right in front of me. They know that I'm going to churn, and they got that pig at the perfect spot at all times. Young lady with the black one, you'll be our champion. Young man here in second, equally as impressive coming out of the gate. I love this one, how he controls this hog at all times. He's on that steering wheel. He uses the brush appropriately to get it going when he does it, not over the top. And some of the kids that maybe didn't make it this far were hitting their pigs on their tops and stuff, and wasn't as good. When we got out into the top 8. Probably weren't in the holes as much as coming at us a different direction and stuff as our champion, but man, smoking good showman for sure. This young man here that comes out in third, he's probably my favorite actually in terms of the first 10, 15 seconds. That pig gets a little more dead-headed as we go out here and we're watching him go back and forth. Obviously, he's went to multiple classes because he's such a good showman. That one needed to get its head up just a notch better in terms of that perfect profile look. Hey, the young man come out in fourth. That's the one that I gave another chance because I just felt like he was a really good showman. His first time in class wasn't as impressive when he came right at me, and he knew it. And I said, boy, it's going to get deep waters this next time. You're going to have to do a better job. And by golly, he did. He came right at me with the chest floor. Awesome. For this one, it's one that because of the build and design of this hog, it naturally wants to bring its head back down. So it's always a workout for him, and he does a really, really good job of that. The problem is then sometimes when he's working so hard to get the head up, then we have more stop and go kind of a thing. But awesome job, young man. Young lady that comes out next in fifth with the blue butt. For one, she did an awesome job coming out of the gate every other time except for this time, but obviously it's wearing out. What I would tell you, young lady, is in your perfect approach when you came out, and then you turned and did the profile. As you were doing the profile and then coming into the profile again after the ass view, if you will, probably had her head drooping too much. He's a pig that for you, you're going to have to keep working on the gas pedal because as soon as you work on the head so much, we slow down our speed. As soon as we speed up, we lose control of the head a little bit. And so that's where she just fell out of bed just a little bit. There again, deep water for sure. Start letting the young man here that comes out 6. When he's out here, I like that one's speed out here, very good. He has complete control. Sometimes this pig tells him, I'm going this direction, and he stays with that line. I'd probably like to see him go in and out of when we had 8 head in here versus the pig telling him where to go. That one's the one that wants to go on a beeline, straight line. I'd like to see more appropriate churns on it. He was also one that when he was out here one time in one of his churns, he did the car hood approach. In other words, when it got away from him, he went and got out in front of it and then re-engaged with it. And that's what was so awesome, by the way, of the young lady that won. In her corner churn, it was complete control, head at the same level the whole way out versus the ones that were in second and third as well. Young man, here again, really, really good coming out, and your presence in the ring is fantastic. When we had 8 of them out here, you would get lost in the crowd. You probably need to find the more open areas when there was 8 of them out here in relation to those others. Hey, we're getting picky on really, really elite showmen, no doubt. Young lady that comes out next here again. This one is the whole time has been a little reluctant. She has to work her tail off to get this one set up. He's a little droopy and sloopy up front, but because of that, couldn't ever just get a drive where the head's up at all times above the chest floor. But she is a superior showman with great skin and hair and deserving to be in our top 8.
Congratulations to our intermediate swine showman receiving our champion, Brooklyn Creech from Scotts Bluff County. Reserve champion goes to Blake Day from Buffalo County. In third place, Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. In fourth place, Coy Klug from Platte County. And in fifth place, Gemma Clement from Saunders County. We're moving over here to our North Show Ring to start our Junior Swine Showmanships contest with Class 1 in the North Show Ring. We have a cell phone up here at the announcer's table, so if you are missing your phone, come up here to the announcer's table and pick it up. If you can open it, it's yours. We are currently watching Class 2 Junior Swine Showmanship here in our South Ring. From Class 1, receiving purples, Jasper Ritter from Cumming County, Kendall Godekin from Platte County, and Morgan Yonda from Howard County. Receiving blues, Colby Rowland from Cass County, Boyne Armnecht from Keith County, and Sloan Esau from Gage County. We are watching Class 3 Junior Swine Showmanship in the North Show Ring from Class 2. Receiving purples, Emmett Ritter from Cumming County. Blaine Dunklaw from Wayne County. Receiving blues, Brooks Melander from Nance County. Judah Rowert from Washington County. Brooklyn Crowley from Box Butte County. And Jackson Stitt from Seward County. We are currently watching Class 4 Junior Swine Showmanship in the South Show Ring from Class 3, receiving purples, Colson Dakey from Buffalo County. Riley Ritter from Cumming County. Receiving blues, Jaron Hansen from Howard County. Madeline Kreifels from Douglas Sarpy County. Priscilla Winters from Hamilton County. Hunter Snyder from Frontier County. And Owen Garacki from Johnson County. We are currently watching Class 5 Junior Swine Showmanship in our North Show ring. From Class 4, receiving purples, Cade Schlake from Gage County. Receiving blues, Beckett Miller from Burke County. Samantha Zemek from Merritt County. And Brexton Harms from Thayer County. We are currently watching Class 6 Junior Swine Showmanship here in our South Ring. From Class 5, receiving a purple, Macy Schmidt from Fillmore County. Receiving blues, Eve Rauert from Washington County. Kristen Peterson from Kearney County. Clayton Rowland from Cass County. And Brooke Day from Buffalo County. We are just starting Class 7 Junior Swine Showmanship in our North Show Ring. From Class 6, receiving purple, Halsey Watson from Gage County. Receiving blues, Dalton Valek from Knox County. Lucille Beamer from Odo County. Jet Melander from Merritt County. Riggs McConville from Dawson County, and Wyatt Claypool from Valley County. Following the conclusion of our junior swine showmanship, we will be taking a 15-minute break between that and our breeding show. I'll announce the exact time and when that comes, but we will be taking a 15-minute break between the end of our junior swine showmanship and the start of the breeding show. We are currently watching Class 8 Junior Swine Showmanship in the South Show Ring. From Class 7, receiving purples, Graylin Adams from Scottsbluff County, and Kenan Raber from Cass County. Receiving blues, Miles Valdez from Custer County, Hatton Dean from Morrill County, and Bentley Bridges from Johnson County. Can we have those junior showmen receiving purples from classes 1 through 4 to begin organizing in our North Show Ring for our semifinal of the junior showmanship? We're starting our semifinal drive for classes 1 through 4 of junior showmanship. If you got a purple in classes 5 through 8, you should be organizing in the South Show Ring. From class 8, receiving a purple, Aubrey Prachel from Saline County. Receiving blues, Livia Heinrichs from Thayer County. Noah Knight from Garden County. Leighton McKeever from Gage County. Lane Cornelius from Perkins County. And Rudy Welch from Frontier County. In our semifinal for junior swine showmanship from classes 1 through 4, we have 3 moving on into the championship drive in no order. Morgan Yonda from Howard County, Colson Dakey from Buffalo County, and Riley Ritter from Cumming County. We're now starting our second semifinal for junior swine showmanship here in the North Shore Ring. This is for classes 5 through 8. Following this class, we will be having our championship drive for junior showmanship here in the South Ring. From our second semifinal from classes 5 through 8 in junior showmanship. Moving on to the final in no order are Macy Schmidt, Fillmore County, and Halsey Watson from Gage County. Now we'll begin our championship drive for junior swine showmanship for the 2026 Nebraska State Fair here in the South Show Ring.
Hey, what an awesome set of juniors. Put our hands together for these kiddos. Deep water for sure. You know, my champion is one that I thought came out every time and does a superior job of when he's, and yeah, I gave it a wave right there saying he, but when he makes his curves, the head is always at a perfect stance. It never drops and slopes. I love when he goes into corners. He has control of his animal at all times. He doesn't stop and get on the front of the car hood and re-engage, and that is actually what separates those two quite a bit. Congratulations to the young man with the white gilt. He is your champion junior showman. And young lady, you are really, really good. I actually don't really like your hug that much, but sometimes what it comes to, you know, we look as judges and we just assume that the great showmen are on the great hogs, and your hog, you know, is flatter ribbed and tighter bodied, and we'll talk about all those things before, but man, it doesn't deter you because you can stick one. And I mean, I'm about it. One of my daughters was like you in terms of that stern look. You almost scare me. I had to get you in the top two because I was afraid of you a little bit. But The one thing, and I showed you, and I don't mean to embarrass you at all because you are an awesome showman, the engagement and re-engagement thing. And what that is when you're at home at all times, if you disengage with your pig, and we had this happen at home one time, and that's where I really became a person of engagement at all times. We were walking our pigs, and a lightning thunder hit. And because my daughter didn't have control of her pig, it took off and we blew a hawk and we couldn't do any good at the state fair. So if you wonder why I think that people should have control of their hogs at all time, that is actually the reason. I'm not saying we're maybe going to hear thunder in here, but we put so much work and effort into them. I think engagement of your pig at all time is very, very important. Awesome pair here at the top end, no doubt. Young lady that comes out next in third, I absolutely hate her whip, and she still does a great job with it. There is something to be said about that. I pointed out to some of your other kids, these here that are the ones that you never have to buy a new one because they got the loop at the end and thing, they're terrible. Throw them in the trash can. They're not. If you aren't going through at least 5 whips during the summer on your pig, you've got a bad whip. Because of that looseness on that one's end of the whip, it doesn't allow it to be able to bring the head up as good. Now, because she's such an awesome showman, she's able to do it a little bit, but if she had a little better whip, I'm telling you, she'd be able to train that to tip right underneath the jawbone and tip that up a little bit. And you can see it all times when we're studying here. It doesn't just quite tip the front end up, and because that one has a little bit of jowl to it, I think it would help that one a little bit. Hey, I'm betting on you to even do better next year once you get a different whip. Young lady that comes out next in fourth, her approach is awesome in terms of front coming right at me, blade knee to ground. The pig, she is one that for me is a little far away from her pig. At all times, she resides behind her pig when she's driving. I think you need to move up a little bit. I think you need to be even at least with the ham-loin junction to have more true control of your hog. Kind of the same kind of a thing. If you're a backseat driver, like what I'm calling you, it's really hard to sit in a car and drive it from the back seat. So move up to the front seat, and then I think you'll be all right. Really good, no doubt. Young lady that comes out next in fifth. Here again, her approach is really good. That one comes at us very good. It's one that probably reaches, and she's not doing it as much this time, but a couple times she'll want to pull that pig back into her. So in other words, she's whipping from the other side and pulling the pig back towards her, like right there. That's going to be hard for you to do when you're trying to pull it back in. They need to be trained at home to go in a straight line. You know, some people will say, oh, the kid's got to be, I don't even know what it is, usually left-hand ambidextric or whatever it is. I don't think you have to be like that, but you got to train them at home to be able to not whip on the other side at all times and whip on the same side that you're on. But you're an awesome job. Congratulations. Put our hands together again for those juniors.
Our champion junior showman for the 2026 Nebraska State Fair is Colson Dakey from Buffalo County. Our reserve champion, Morgan Yonda from Howard County. In third place, Macy Schmidt from Fillmore County. In fourth place, Halsey Watson from Gage County. And in fifth place, Riley Ritter from Cumming County. This concludes our showmanship portion of our show today. Will the top 5 in the junior showman please make their way to the banner in the southeast corner of the arena for some pictures? We will take a short 15-minute break, and we will rejoin with our breeding Gilt show at 4:50 p.m. today. So return here in about 15 minutes for our breeding Gilt show. Attention swine exhibitors, the market show program is up on the garage doors between the barn and the arena. If you want to check that program and make sure if there's any changes needed, make those, let us know immediately if you can do that. We're going to get ready for our breeding gilt show here at the 2026 Nebraska State Fair. We're going to start off showing our purebreds with a Berkshire gilt class in our South show ring. We're going to start over here, and then followed by a second Berkshire class in the North show ring, 2 classes of Berkshires. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2026 Nebraska 4-H Breeding Gilt Show. My name is John Hay, and I have the pleasure of serving as your announcer today. Nebraska State Fair 4-H, our exhibitors, families, and supporters, we're all excited to have you here. And this show represents a lot of work for these 4-Hers, and so when you see them, give them a nice pat on the back and congratulate them for coming. We are just so proud of all of them, no matter how they end up in the show. Our superintendents today are Julie Schultz from Pierce, Nebraska, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, Nebraska, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City, Nebraska. Our judge today is Shane Brinning from Keota, Iowa. Shane and his wife Kathleen own and operate a breeding operation, Brinning Genetics, and they breed breeding stock for both purebred and crossbred for show. They're based in southeastern Iowa. Shane is a graduate of Iowa State University with a degree in animal science and was a member of the 1993 national champion livestock judging team and was an individual national champion swine judge. Second call, Class 1 and 2, purebred Berkshire Gilt to the Class 1 to the South Show Ring, Class 2 to the North Show Ring. We're currently watching our Class 1 purebred Berkshire Gilt in the South Show Ring. As we get our Breeding Gilt show started today, I'd like to thank our sponsors. They make this all possible with all of the awards and things to get us here today. Some of our sponsors include Nebraska Pork, Farm Credit Services of America, Pinnacle Bank, the Parks Companies, Aurora Cooperative, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Ritter Feed Yards. If you see any of our sponsors, just look in the back on the first page of your show bill. You'll see the sponsors, and if you see anyone from any of those sponsors, thank them for sponsoring these 4-H'ers at the Nebraska State Fair.
All right, getting this first class of Berkshire Gilts in a real solid spot to start, and young lady right here in front of me. And she does it in terms of a better utilization of rear leg. She's one that wants to cradle underneath herself a little bit, but not nearly as much as the one that's going to follow her in second. She certainly pulls her hock behind her tail rip when viewed from the side better than the one in second. I like that one when you get on top of her and talk about her upper cage and rib and turn and flare to her rib. I think she's actually more pulled apart at her blade, and I actually think she's better set in terms of the angulation to her shoulder in comparison to the one that's in second. The one in second, that's the big top shapely one, no doubt. And if you're all about muscle, this is the one you're probably going to gravitate to a little. She rocks forward a little bit in terms of her blade set, a little forward there, but more than anything for me, she cradles underneath herself too much, doesn't pull her hock behind her tail root, and ones that gets a little unstable in terms of her hock when she plants and goes, wants to rotate on her hock instead of plant and drive with authority like she should. The one that comes out next in third, the double whipping one here, young man, this one is probably just a notch better in terms of the use and function of its rear leg. Pulls its hock just a notch behind itself better than the one that was in second. I don't see this one as good in terms of its upper cage and spread from blade to hip. It's one that wants to close the gap a little bit from knee to ground in relation to those top two. But one when it does actually get on the move, gives you good lines in terms of its symmetry down its top line. The young man that comes out next is one that's just a notch bigger in terms of its ribs, certainly fed to be a bit softer in terms of its belly than the one that's in third. This one's too straight from hock to ground, and because of that, a little shorter strided in relation to those others in the class. Gets a little rounder in terms of its muscle from behind, drops its pins a little bit, gets just a notch flatter about his forerib, but good-bodied one that's good in terms of its muscularity. Young lady that comes out next in fifth, this is the kind that isn't going to work as good for this judge in a breeding gilt scenario. Not as much rib, not as much width to go ahead and go any higher in the class.
Two classes of Berkshire. In Class 1 purebred Berkshire Gilts, our first purple goes to Avery Ruth of Butler County. Second purple to Ellie Siegfried of Red Willow County. Receiving blues, Hatton Dean of Morrill County, and Merrick Reinsch of Fillmore County. Receiving a red, Bridget Sedlacek from Douglas Sarpy County. We're starting our Class 2, our second of two classes of purebred market gilts here in our North Show Ring.
Young man in here has our class champion, and certainly it's not the most attractive one about his front 1/3, but I'm not going to be the guy that needs the word pretty a lot as much as some people. Hey, that's the widest made, biggest ribbed one, no doubt. Because of that, it's the easiest flushing one that I'd anticipate after it melts down will actually come out with some condition on it. Man, I like that one in terms of its rib and broodiness. Comes at you really wide in terms of its chest floor, good in terms of a width from blade knee to ground. In a perfect world, obviously we'd like to see that one just a notch more attractive about his front 1/3, but certainly needs to win this class. The young lady that's in second gives us perhaps a taller fronted look and a better silhouette than the one that wins the class. Doesn't offer us as much punch as we get directly in front of that one. Wants to close the gap from blade knee to ground. I do like that one in terms of the articulation and use of its rear leg. Good in terms of its fundamentals from a structure standpoint. Doesn't have as much power to go ahead and go any higher in the class. Young man that comes out next in third. This one, the case can be made certainly that we have more muscularity and shape on this one. This one's not as good in terms of its build, a little roller coaster top, wants to roll up in the center portion of its spine and drop its pins a little rougher at its ham-loin junction as well, but certainly one that still maintains adequate width when it goes away from me from pinnock to ground and good shape down its top. The 1/4 in this class is one that, for this particular judge, a little flatter, a little harder in terms of its body, a little harsher for me to go ahead and call that one a breeding gilt that needs to go any higher in the class.
In Class 2, purebred Berkshire gilts, our first purple is shown by Isaiah Rauert of Washington County, second purple by Samantha Zemek of Merritt County. Receiving blue in the class, Jet Melander of Merritt County, and receiving red, Wyatt Claypool of Valley County.
Second was actually blue. It was purple, blue, blue, red in that class. Thought I'd let you know.
In the North Ring, we have our championship drive for purebred Berkshire gilt. We will follow this with our single class of purebred Chester White gilt in the South Show Ring.
Get on our champion drive here of our Berkshire females, and there's one that just has to win the class in terms of not only better in terms of its silhouette, it's one that certainly looks more like a lady from blade forward. It's better in terms of its length and levelness of hip. It's one that uses the ring better in terms of grabbing the surface and pulling its hock behind its tail rip better. Young lady, you'll have the champion Berkshire.
Champion Berkshire purebred is shown by Avery Ruth of Butler County.
For reserve champion, the one that for me suits me the next best and still the next best in terms of its look from blade forward, really good in terms of its shape, no doubt leveler and longer about its hip. I wish this one would pull its hock back a little bit, but it's still better in terms of its north-south motivation in terms of its rear leg. It paints a better picture when you're behind it in terms of its pin hock to ground squareness than is the other one. Young lady, you'll be the reserve champion Berkshire.
Our reserve champion Berkshire shown by Ellie Siegfried of Red Willow County.
Only one class of Chesters, so grab the mic because our class winner is going to be our champion Chester. And this is the breed that we have that's actually good at home. Most of our purebreds aren't very good, but this breed is actually good, so I love to see some good ones here. The one that for me is your champion Chester, a young lady in the middle of the ring, no doubt's the one for me. That one's better in terms of her head shape to start off with. She's better in terms of her jaw. She's better in terms of her transition point as you study that one from her loin into her ham loin hookup. She's awesome when you get on top of that one in terms of the turn and spread to her top shape. Very good in terms of her shape, her width from blade to hip as well. And I think she handles her rear leg better, especially when you get in right behind them instead of the plane from pinhock to ground. She was pushed by another very, very high-quality one, no doubt. Your reserve champion, Chester's the young man directly in front of me. This one's not as elegant about its front end in terms of the top side of its crest, but more than anything, I'd like to see more jawbone on that one. It's also one that's that much rougher at her ham-loin junction in terms of steady and transition points, and she gets just a knot squirrely in terms of her rear legs, wants to splay out just a little bit from behind, but she's a powerhouse. She's opened up extremely good. I love this one in terms of her chest floor. I love her when she comes at me. One that's still good in terms of her rib shape. Just need to fix her up a little bit in those special places that the champion has. The 1/3, still high quality animal and certainly still in the blue ribbon category. Hey, this one's good in terms of its lines. It's good in terms of its head shape, good in terms of its width. It's the short stepping one that's a little straighter off either end of its skeleton. Because of that, can't reach and plant off either end of its skeleton as good as the others in the class. Good class of Chesters. Give those kiddos a nice hand.
Our champion, purebred Chester White Gilt, shown by Kylie Hackbart of Saline County. Our reserve champion, shown by Creighton Carlson of York County, receiving a blue in the class, Wyatt Moat of Gage County.
Single entry in this class, and I'm always the mean guy that says, lots of people ringside will say, well, this is real easy. It's a class winner. I'll tell you, there's actually two options when I have a single entry class. They can either be first or last. This one is first because it's really, really high quality one that could withstand a lot of competition. Hey, you start right off the bat on one like that in terms of head shape and jawbone and big old forearm working on that one. Awesome in terms of its blade. Its angles off either end of its skeleton are great. You'll get sick of hearing me over the next 2 days in terms of talking about correct set to hip and hock and especially foot. This one's really, really good in terms of its foot placement, very square in terms of the way it sets down. One that could have withstood a lot of the competition for sure. A darn sure nice one to have this class winner.
In Class 4, purebred Duroc Gilt, receiving a purple, Jolie Clement from Saunders County. We're currently watching Class 5 purebred Duroc Gilt here in the South Show Ring. We have one more after this class of Durocs, and then we will name our champion Duroc in the North Show Ring after that. We'll be doing the purebred Duroc Gilt in the South Show Ring for the championship after the classes.
Young man double whipping will be our class champion here, and it's the one that just balances up the best. It's the most complete, and it's probably a word that I used to be more reluctant to use, but we've got these things with plenty of width and plenty of power, and quite frankly, it does come down to one that's complete, because I promise you I won't be using hugs that are complete, that teeter with being common, because no doubt this one's not common. This one's better in terms of her symmetry. She's better in terms of her proportions from the side. She's heavy duty in terms of her skull and her forearm. She's really better than the one in second in terms of her feet, utilization of her feet. Her length of stride from behind is really, really good. And I think she's better in terms of her top line as well in relation to the one in second. The one in second, certainly another heavy duty one that's stout in terms of its jaw. One that perhaps ever so slightly even shown a little bit more maturity than what I deem ideal. But hey, it is what it is. It's still the big four-armed one. I don't see this one as naturally deep in her flank. I don't see her as naturally good in the center portion of her rib. And she's a little more reluctant in terms of her step from behind. Wants to splay out just a little bit and has those cap hocks, which tells me a little bit that pressure was undue in terms of its structural correctness from behind in relation to the one that wins the class. The one that comes out next in third. Third and four are the narrower tracking, more counterfeit ones of the top four, while this one comes at me really good in terms of its chest floor, and it's good in terms of its lines from the side. Certainly clean and really neat and attractive about its front one-third. You get in behind that one, and it's the one that's the most counterfeit in terms of its width from behind. Wants a funnel to the ground and not have as much width down low as it does up high. Need to give that one just a notch more punch from behind, and honestly, I'd like to see that one have just a notch more punch of shape right at the top side of its blade. Gets a little more apex on the top side of its shoulder blade as well, but a high quality one, no doubt, still. Young lady that comes out next in fourth. Here of the top four is certainly the narrowest gauge one. It's one that I still like in terms of obviously its skin and hair. It's for a red one. Got really good hair. Good in terms of its proportions and length of body. It's a little shorter sided from behind. Doesn't pull its hawk behind its tail rip when viewed from the side as much. And it too is one that wants to funnel to the ground in terms of its width as you analyze that one from pin hawk to ground. Young man that comes out next. Still good in terms of its chest floor. It's one that, for me, need to see that one just go better from behind. It's a little more reluctant in terms of its step, a little shorter stepping from behind, a little harsher through its midsection to go ahead and go any higher. Start letting out the next two, and one here that's a little more vanilla looking, easier in terms of its top, not as much shape. The one that comes out next, a little harsher bodied and narrow made to go ahead and go any higher.
From Class 5, Purebred Duroc Gilt, our first purple shown by Hatton Dean of Morrill County. Second purple shown by Dempsey Dorn of Gage County. Receiving blue in the class, Cade Schlake of Gage County. Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County. Hunter Snyder of Frontier County. Adelie Ewing of Dodge County. And receiving red, Addison Bates of Odo County. We're now in the North Show Ring showing Class 6 Purebred Duroc Gilts, and we'll follow that with Championship Duroc Drive back in the South Show Ring.
Only two in this class, and both offers quite a bit of quality. The one that wins the class is just more my speed. It's one that comes at you really good in terms of its chest floor. It's busted wide open, neat in terms of its look up front for this judge, big in terms of its jaw, stout in terms of its forearm, one that's very good in terms of its length and levelness of hip, and its length of stride from behind is superior to the one in second in my mind. The one in second, still good in terms of its height of shoulder, and one that's good in terms of its shape down on its top. It's one that wants to drop its fins ever so slightly, a little shorter in terms of its hip. Because of that, it's one that's a little shorter in terms of its step from behind. I don't read this one as just as big in terms of its upper cage and spread as the one that wins the class, but one that's still very, very high quality to land in second.
In Class 6, purebred Duroc Gilts, our first purple shown by Baker Krupicka of Lincoln County. Second purple showed by Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. We're now going to go to the South Show Ring. We're now going to go to the South Show Ring for our champion Duroc Drive.
Three really good ones out here vying for our champion Duroc, and while the numbers may be not as big as some shows, the quality is super, super good. There is one out here that for me is just my speed. It's one that starts with its head shape. It's one that's huge in terms of its forearm. It is the biggest footed, biggest rear-legged one out here that's still impeccable in terms of its design and build. Young lady here in front of me, but your champion red one. That was from the single entry class, so we don't have one coming in now. And so with the two that are left out here, the next best and follows my class champion or champion Duroc quite a bit in terms of its lines, and one that's still tall fronted and good in terms of its head shape. I didn't see this one quite as big in terms of its rear leg. I didn't think this one reached and went quite as square and true as the one that was our champion. But next best in my mind, young man will be your reserve champion.
Our champion Duroc Gilt, shown by Jolie Clement from Saunders County. Our reserve champion, shown by Baker Krupicka of Lincoln County.
For third overall, the one out here that suits me next best is better in terms of the hinge to its hip and hock and utilizes its rear leg with more reach and go. It's also one that's just stouter in terms of its muscularity. Young man here will be third out.
Our third place purebred Duroc Gilt, shown by Hatton Dean of Morrill County. As we move to the North Show Ring, we're going to begin our show of purebred Hereford Gilts with Class 7.
Get in this first class of Herefords, and the one that's easily the best built show hog out here, the young man at the far end of the ring there. No doubt that one has the design and aesthetically pleasing view that we're looking for. So much better in terms of its hip, so much leveler in terms of its design, so much more function in terms of its rear leg and its rear set, and its surface grab from behind is really, really good. A nice place to start in this class. Front 3/4 of this one is one you could talk about in terms of its width and its rib and its body. Certainly really good there. The problem is when we get to the rear third, that's where we run into trouble. Too steep in terms of its hip, and then because of that, more reluctant in terms of its step from behind. Doesn't take as long of a stride, and I don't see that one actually as big bone, especially at the ground in relation to the body mass that it has above. A little smaller in terms of its feet, doesn't utilize its heel as much as well. The young man that comes out next is one that, there again, good in terms of its front look. It's one that's very neat and attractive about its front 1/3. It's good in terms of its lines, no doubt. Still has shape and width. It's for one that's, for me, is just a little too straight in terms of its hock. Doesn't push and plant and utilize its rear foot with comfort as much as those top two. Young man that comes out next is one that gives up quite a bit in terms of mass and spread and width, and yet it's so much better in terms of its structural integrity and correctness than the one that comes out next, is why it's got to land in fourth. Young man that comes in fifth, yes, this one is bigger ribbed, and yes, this one is wider constructed than the one ahead of it. The problem is we got to have our rear third better than this one is. It's one that's edgy in terms of its hock. It's short in terms of its step. Just need to be better structured from behind to go ahead and go any higher.
In Class 7 purebred Hereford Gilt, our first purple shown by Dalton Valek of Knox County. Second purple shown by Blake Day of Buffalo County. Receiving blue in the class, Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. Receiving red in the class, Eric Dosey of Hamilton County and Witten Jensen of Garfield County.
Single entry here and offers us some quality, especially in terms of his front 3/4. Got some good head shape and good forearm size. No doubt would like to see this one giddy up and go just a notch better from behind. It's one of those that's not only a little straight in its hock, but it's one that wants to swivel in its hip versus rotate in its hip, and because of that, awkward in terms of the way its feet grab the surface and go. Well, yeah, I mean, so because I gave that one a blue and not a purple, and I think that was still rightly so, because no doubt we would have came in here and our class winner, and the one that's immaculate in terms of its design from that other class, will be your champion, Hereford. Congratulations, young man. That's a really good Hereford. Young man then in second, like we talked before, just needs a better hip and go from behind, and your reserve champion, congratulations to him.
In Class 8, purebred Hereford Gilt, we had a blue ribbon shown by Judah Rauert of Washington County. Our championship Hereford Gilt was shown by Dalton Valek of Knox County. Our reserve champion, purebred Hereford, shown by Blake Day of Buffalo County.
Single entry spot here, and one that still offers us quite a bit of competition, or could have had a lot more competition. One that's really good when we finally get that one going in terms of its lines. It's good for a spot in terms of its shoulder design set on the correctly on the outside of its body wall. It's one that in a perfect world, I'd like to see this one ever so slightly just a notch heavier structured, but one that I appreciate in terms of its lines and the width that it comes at you. Very good spot to start off in our spot show.
In Class 9, purebred spotted Gilt, a purple shown by Elliot Werner of Johnson County.
jump into these spots, and a real high quality one to win this class. No doubt the one that fits the bill in terms of its aesthetically pleasing look. It's so good in terms of, especially in this breed, in terms of that one's rear leg. The set to its rear leg, the use of its rear foot, the use of its heel, the way it plants and pushes and goes, very, very good. It's equally impressive in terms of its look from blade forward, good in terms of its column of bone there. It's very neat and attractive about its front 1/3. You know, in a perfect world, even within this breed, I wish this one ever so slightly just a notch shorter bodied because she gets a little easier in her top, but there's no doubt she's the high quality one with an amazing running gear, a great presence and look to go ahead and be your class champion. The one in second is one that no doubt for this judge is probably just a notch bigger frame than what I deem ideal. And yet at the same time, it's the next best in terms of its utilization of rear leg. It does it with a big rear leg. It's a little cumbersome out here because it's a little forward in its blade and it wants to reach a little bit awkwardly out of its front end, and I get that. Part of it's because it's got kites for ears out here and it doesn't see where it's going. But that one is one that is stout and burly and big-legged, and one that still has function and form and needs to be second in this class. The one that comes out next and third, yes, this one's better in terms of its length of body. Yes, this one's better in terms of its shape from blade to hip. The problem is with this one, it's one as we study that one at its transition points, especially as we go from loin into hip, we get a little jumpy there, and because of that, we get a little round in terms of the muscle draped upon that one's skeleton, and it's a lower set, lower fronted animal out here. Looks like one that for me would be the hardest furrowing of the top three. The young man that comes out next is one that's really good in terms of its chest floor when it comes at you. This one doesn't balance as good as you study that one in terms of its depth of flank in relation to its depth of heart. A little more tubular in terms of its body in relation to those others. While I said it's very, very impressive in terms of its width coming at you, it's one that for me I'd like to deepen in terms of its flank, and I'd like to see that one function and go a little bit better in terms of its rear foot once the roll on the outside of its hoof wall ever so slightly. Young man that comes out next, here again, one that's good enough in terms of its body, it's good enough in terms of its muscularity. It's the one of the top ends, the straightest off either end of its skeleton. It's the shortest strided from behind, but more importantly, it's the most rigid in terms of its rear pastern, needs to utilize its foot more correctly than what it does. The young man that still comes out next, and still in the blue ribbon category because still has some quality, certainly has some shape. It's the poorest in terms of its transition and look, one that's lower fronted and doesn't transition out of its blade as good, and then also one that's a little harsher in terms of its ham loin hookup.
In Class 10, purebred spotted gilt, our first purple shown by Jaden Runge of Platte County. Our second purple shown by Halsey Watson of Gage County. Receiving purple in the class, Jamison Prince of Buffalo County. Lane Mahaffey of Dodge County. Receiving blue in the class, Wyatt Cook of Kimball Banner County. And Clayton Rowland of Cass County.
Single entry hog here, and I like this one in terms of its proportions, its rib, its body, its squareness and width. No doubt a little straight off either end of its skeleton, and because of that, a little shorter stepping off either end of its skeleton, but certainly a high quality one in terms of proportion, width, and power to go ahead and be your class champion.
In Class 11, our first purple shown by Brooke Luchtenhaus of Saunders County. We're going to move back here to the south ring and select our champion purebred spotted gilt.
really good spot show. And that being said, there's one that's just real easy to be your champion spot. Impeccable in terms of its running gear, especially for this breed, because if you've been around this breed much, most of them want to wall out in terms of their elbow pocket and be rigid in their terms of their pastern. And man, this one's really good there. That is an incredible rear leg with perfect utilization of rear foot and heel. That will be your champion. My reserve champion certainly won't get the show hog award in terms of its look perhaps from the side, and I'm sure people ringside will be thinking I'm a little off my rocker, and that's fine and dandy. But the second best one that has the next best running gear, the biggest in terms of its legs, the most function off either end of its skeleton, young lady here will be your reserve champion. Staying with that class as that one comes out, certainly a brute in terms of its width and its power. I love that one in terms of its cage. It's one I talked about in terms of those top two ahead of it. Wasn't as tall fronted, but it is the next best and will be third overall.
Our champion purebred spotted gilt, shown by Jaden Runge of Platte County. Our reserve champion, shown by Halsey Watson of Gage County. And in third place, Jamison Prince of Buffalo County.
Only have two in this class, and I think it's pretty easy to see from ringside that the young man's here will be our class champion. Certainly one that's a taller fronted one, that's more uniform in terms of its body depth, in terms of its heart and its flank. It offers us more spread from blade to hip, and so gives us a good look from the side. You know, in a perfect world, I'd like to see that one come at me just a notch wider and track just a notch wider, but it's the high quality one that needs to win this class. The one in second, certainly you can talk about that one in terms of its shape, but it kind of ends there. It's one that's a little harsher in terms of its body, doesn't look like a breeding female, looks like one that's probably more targeted for a terminal kind of a show, unlike being in a breeding female show.
In Class 12 purebred Yorkshire Gilt, our first purple goes to Ty Valdez of Custer County. Receiving a red in the class, Devin Dosey of Hamilton County. We're currently watching Class 13 purebred Yorkshire Gilts here in our South Show Ring. We'll finish up with our Yorkshire back here in the South Show Ring after a small class in Class 14. We'd like to thank our sponsors of today's swine show, Nebraska Pork, Farm Credit Services of America, Pinnacle Bank, the Parks Companies, and Aurora Cooperative.
A real easy class champion here, and the young lady here that's at the front of the pack there. Pretty good Yorkshire. Hey, and you can't usually say that about this breed. I feel sorry for those Yorkshire breeders out there, but there's nowhere to make them better, and this one's darn sure good. Good in terms of her head shape, big in terms of her forearm, truly square in terms of her width from the top of her skeleton to the ground, proportional and balanced in terms of her look, very good in terms of the utilization of her rear foot and function and go, extremely good to go ahead and be your class champion. The one in second, young lady leading the pack here again, gives you a neat look about its front 1/3, brings its neck out tidy out of the top side of its blade. It's a little shorter strided and a little frailer than the one that wins the class, but gives you good presence from the side, very good in terms of its proportionality. Needs to have just a notch more width when it comes at you from knee to ground. Young man in third, one that gives up a little bit in terms of that broodiness of center and body and depth of flank to go ahead and be any higher in a breeding gilt scenario.
In Class 13 purebred Yorkshire Gilts, our first purple shown by Addison Lemke of Johnson County. Receiving blues in the class, Blaine Dunklaw of Wayne County. And receiving red in the class, Kenzo Carlson of Kearney County.
Single entry that still has a lot of quality and could have withstood a lot more competition for sure. Very good in terms of its proportion and its balance, equally impressive in terms of its upper cage and rib shape, good in terms of the set from behind. You know, in a perfect world, we'd make that one just a notch better in terms of the slope and angle to its shoulder, which would allow that one to step just a notch more freely out of its front end. But a very good one to go ahead and be our class champion.
In Class 14, receiving purple in the class, Hatton Dean from Morrill County. We're going to move back here to our South Show Ring to finish up our purebred Yorkshire Gilt.
Real easy place for your champion Yorkshire, and darn sure should be proud of this one, young exhibitor. The young lady here in front of me, your champion York. That's a big pod one with big front legs and awesome in terms of its proportions and looks. Its function and go is really good. Stout about its head. Looks like a lady, but looks like a brood sow that can breed back and make good pigs in the next generation. For reserve champion, another one that's very good in terms of its proportion and rib, one that's still good in terms of its head shape, a little straighter out of its front end, but young man, you'll have the reserve champion Yorkshire, and then young man here will be our third place.
Our champion purebred Yorkshire Gilt, shown by Addison Lemke of Johnson County. Our reserve champion, shown by Hatton Dean of Morrill County. And in third place, Ty Valdez of Custer County.
Getting a pair of Tams here, and the one that wins that's just more aesthetically pleasing and better built, better designed young lady here in front of me. She's square in terms of her build, more width from the top of her skeleton to the ground. Very good in terms of its line and levelness out of its hip. Still attractive and good looking about its front 1/3. Young man in second is one that offers us quite a bit in terms of height of shoulder and muscle shape down its top. It's not as opened up in terms of its width when it comes right at you. A little shorter in its stride from behind, not quite as burly as the one that wins the class, but another high quality one to land in second. Our single entry class champion here is one that we really like the front 3/4 of this one in terms of its width when it comes at you. Its look from blade forward, still very good in terms of its shape down its top. It's one that's very muscular from behind. That comes with a little bit of negative consequences. It wants to drop its pins a little bit and get a little rounder from behind, but one still deserving to be our class champion.
In Class 15, purebred Tamworth, our first purple is shown by Morgan Yonda of Howard County. Second purple by Brooks Melander of Nance County. In Class 16, our first purple shown by Tinley Spees of Howard County.
The one that's leveler designed, especially leveler from hooks to pins and out its hip. It's square in terms of its build and operates off of a bigger forearm. The young lady closest to me will be your champion, Tam. probably one of the closer placings I've had all day. But for reserve champion, will be the young lady there at the far end of the ring, one that operates off of a bigger leg, especially when you study that one in terms of its column of bone off of its front end. It's bigger in terms of its foot, and I do think that one has just a notch more upper cage than the one that will be third overall in our TAM division. Another high quality one that's tall fronted, not as square in terms of its dimension from pin hock to ground, not as burly in terms of its leg size to go ahead and go any higher. Congratulations to this young man.
Our purebred Tamworth champion is Morgan Yonda of Howard County. In second place, reserve champion Tinley Spees of Howard County. And in third place, Brooks Melander of Nance County. This is Morgan, right? Morgan Yonda, can you come to the show ring on the north side?
AOB class, but obviously a pair of Hampshires out here, and quite frankly, I didn't expect to see that good of a hamp. Hey, good stuff, young man. Very good class champion. It'll be a young man here and be your champion hamp. Hey, that's a burly, stout one with great utilization of rear leg. Comes at you with some width up front. You know, it's. I talk about stout heads. We're probably pushing a little bit on this one. That's a little bit smug-headed for me. But hey, we got big legs to go with it, and we got a wide skeleton and a big top. A very, very good Hampshire, or in this case, AOB, to be your champion here. Young lady that came across from the other ring, one that still offers some shape and dimension, no doubt. A little more sissified in terms of its bone, obviously, compared to one that has as much as our class champion does, but she will be your reserve AOB. Congratulations to her.
Our champion, all other breeds, shown by Creighton Carlson of York County, and our reserve champion, shown by Morgan Yonda of Howard County. We're going to transition here to our crossbred breeding gilt show. And we have 8 classes of crossbred breeding gilts, starting with our class 18, which is here in the South Show Ring.
Okay, get in our first class of crossbred gilt. It's a real easy place to start. And the white one, no doubt, she offers the most of the best. One that's starting with her head, awesome in terms of her head shape. She's really good in terms of her rib and body. She's a little more extended off either end of her skeleton than the one is in second. Still very good in terms of the set and flex from behind. Her reach and go and grab of the surface is really good. Great shape down her top. Equally as impressive in terms of her width from pinnock to ground when you get right in behind that one. The one in second looks like a lightweight that will probably be a lightweight for life. I understand that. A little smaller in terms of its frame size, a little shorter in terms of its cannon bone, and yet it's one that I think is better in terms of its rib. It's better in terms of its depth of heart than the one in third. It's one that's bigger in terms of its legs. It's bigger in terms of its feet, albeit it is starting to get a little soft in terms of its front pastern, but one that's a high quality one to go ahead and be in second. The young lady in third with the blue hog, one that's excuse me. Very good in terms of her look and ladylike look from blade forward. She wants to close the gap from knee to ground, get a little harsher in her body shape for me, a little tighter in her forerib for me, a little tighter in her heart for me. Need to bust that one open and give her more mellowness from a brood style look to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next. Hey, this one looks like it's a lightweight because it's young. Obviously, it's placed where it is because it's not as big in terms of its legs. Quite frankly, it looks like one that's young because of that, not one that's just naturally frail. That one's built really, really good in terms of its height to shoulder, levelness, hip. Its comfort off either end of its skeleton is very, very good. The slope and angle up front's great. The set is on point from behind. Needs more bone in this class, but a very high quality one for sure. Young man that comes out next with the calico. This one does offer us more in terms of fluff and cuff, especially from a feed bucket standpoint, than the one that's ahead of it. It's good in terms of its rib and its body. It's not as good in terms of its design, a little lower set animal that runs downhill just a little bit, and naturally just a notch shorter strided from behind in relation to the one ahead of it. The one that comes out next, here again, good in terms of its body shape and its feel today. For me, it gets just a notch smaller in terms of its ankle size, a little smaller in terms of its bone from behind. Function, go, build, very good. Needs to be just a notch burlier in this class. As we let out the other two in this class, still high-quality animals. The one that comes out next, more body, but more importantly, I think there's more ability to get pigs out of this one than the one that comes out next. Hey, I've kept ones like this before. They end up in the compost pile most naturally at all times. If you breed this one, good luck with that one. To shorten its hip. You ever notice those that have the tail head that high and that twirly burked? You're always going to have a problem getting pigs out of them. Hey, I admire the width. I admire the power. Too quick to go any higher.
We're getting started here with Class 19 crossbred breeding gilts in our North Show Ring. From Class 18, our first purple shown by Gage Creech of Scottsbluff County. Second purple, Cale Foster of Douglas Sarpy County. Also receiving purples in the class, Aubrey Prachel of Saline County. Mason Yonda of Howard County. Miles Esau of Gage County. Receiving blues in the class, Braxton May of Hamilton County, Hatton Dean of Morrill County, and Madden Harms of Thayer County.
two pairs, really, really high quality ones here at the top end, and yet the one that wins it in terms of her structural correctness. She's better in terms of the slope and angle to her shoulder. She's better in terms of the comfort out of her front 1/3. She's also better in terms of the utilization of her rear leg, the set to her hip, the set to her hock, and the set to her rear pastern in relation to the one that's in second. A good bodied one that's awesome in terms of her proportionality, very true in terms of her skeletal correctness to go ahead and win the class. The one that offers a lot in terms of ring presence, no doubt, is the one that's in second, and probably why it took a little longer in this class, because she exudes a lot of quality. She's neat and attractive about her front 1/3. She's awesome in terms of the way her neck comes out of the front side of her skeleton. The problem is she's just too forward in terms of her shoulder. She's straighter about her shoulder, and she's also one that's straighter in terms of her step from behind, especially in terms of analyzing that one's left rear leg. Doesn't have as much comfort as she meets the surface out here in relation to the one that wins the class, but certainly another high quality one to be second in this class. The young man then that comes out next in third, one that's a little mellower in terms of its heart and forerib than is the one that was in second. Not as aesthetically pleasing from a show ring look and presence as the one that was in second. She too wants to drag her leg ever so slightly from behind, especially that one's right rear. Needs just a notch more set to her right rear. Needs a notch more comfort in terms of her rear foot to go ahead and go any higher. I like that one in terms of her head shape and the width that she has when she comes right at us. Young lady that comes out next with her black-headed one. We start getting a little narrower in terms of our gauge, a little flatter in terms of our width, one that paints a good symmetry in terms of lines from the side, a tall fronted one that's level on its hip, too flat in terms of its build, needs more rib, more cage to go ahead and go any higher. The blue one that comes out next, this one does have a lot of rib and power and width, and because of that is negatively impacted in terms of its skeleton. It's one that's naturally low in terms of its head set, doesn't naturally want to get its head above its chest floor, shorter in terms of its stride off either end of its skeleton to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady that comes out next is good in terms of its elevation and look from the side. Wants to close the gap up too much from blade knee to ground. A little shorter in its stride from behind. Albeit I like the set to that one's rear leg. We just want to drag a leg a little bit to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady that comes out next, we start getting a little more tubular for this particular judge in terms of broodiness and body. A little Roman about its head for me. I'd like the curvature of that head shape just a notch better, but more than anything, need more body to go ahead and go any higher. The young man that comes out next is one that closes the gap up front, good in terms of its shape. Rear leg doesn't function and form good enough to go ahead and go any higher. Needs to set and go from a little bit better from behind, especially as you study that one on the white side of its rear leg. Young lady that comes out next, just too flat for me and too narrow to go ahead and be called a breeding female. Good in terms of its shape, need more broodiness and beefiness about its center to go ahead and go any higher.
We're watching Class 20 crossbred breeding gilts here in our South Show Ring. From Class 19, our first purple shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County. Second purple shown by Viviana Sells of Saunders County. Receiving purple in the class, Hunter Snyder of Frontier County. Receiving blues in the class, Jenna Peterson of Kearney County. Carson Lane of Douglas Sarpy County. Brindley Kessler of Seward County. Receiving reds in the class, Grace Beamer of Odo County. Bowen Armnecht of Keith County. And Bristol McConville of Dawson County. At the conclusion of our crossbred breeding gilt show today, we're going to be doing a short show for our Pharaoh and Owned cohort, which is a special cohort of exhibitors that have done quite a bit throughout the year. So we need all of those Pharaoh and Owned exhibitors to come to the South Show Ring at the end of the last class of crossbred breeding gilts. They'll also be bringing up their breeding gilts to be shown in the Pharaoh to Owned class. But we need all of the exhibitors, even if you don't have a breeding gilt, to come to the show ring at that time.
Hey, a real easy class winner here, and the young ladies belted one. Man, that's my speed in terms of head shape right off the bat. One that's big in terms of its legs, awesome in terms of its proportion, great in terms of its look, one that sets down good and utilizes its rear leg with function and form from behind, massive top with a lot of dimension of upper cage and rib. Probably doesn't need any more fill coming back next time, but certainly one that I like a bunch. Young lady that comes in here in second is one that gives us a neat look from the side as well. She's good in terms of her shape down her top. She's level in terms of her hip. She's not as heavy boned as the one that wins the class, but more than anything, the reason she's in second, she gets a little edgy in terms of her hock as you study that one from pin hock to ground when she leaves you. I'd like to make her just a notch more stable in her hock, wants to push out ever so slightly, but still high enough quality to be second in this class. Young man in third is the one down here that wanted to be a really, really good pig, and it is one in terms, if we were standing still on this one. Exudes quality in terms of its look and its proportions, its rib and its body. It is the straightest fronted, shortest stepping one, not only out of its front 1/3, but it's the shortest stepping one out of the top three to go ahead and go any higher. Young man that comes out next in fourth, a big red broody one that comes at you opened up in terms of its chest floor, a little more jammed up in terms of its frame size, a little more reluctant in terms of its ability to raise its head up higher than its chest floor. He does a great job of showing this one. It just naturally can't get its head up as much, shorter from blade forward than those others, but massive in terms of its rib and its body. Young man that comes out next, man, I mean, we could chop this one from blade forward, and then we'd have a pretty good hog because body cavity, rib form, and function is really good. Hey, I don't need them as good looking as some people, but I do need them better looking than this one. One that gets plenty enough deep in terms of its throat, too short from blade forward, too short in terms of its face to go ahead and climb the ladder any higher in this class. Young lady that comes out next is one that's really busted open, but because of that gets its body, its front hull, excuse me, I'm stuttering out here. One that gets its blade outside of its body cavity, and because of that compensates for it by rolling on the front portion of its feet. Wants to toe in and roll too much, got to giddy up and go with more function and form out of that one's front 1/3. I love that one in terms of its rib and body. Young lady that comes out next, a little flatter, one that doesn't come with as much width for me in terms of a breeding scenario. Young lady that follows up the class, doesn't have quite as much structural correctness, gives up a little bit in terms of width to go any higher. Okay.
We're going to be on Class 20 crossbred breeding gilts. Excuse me, we're going to be on Class 21 crossbred breeding gilts on our North Show ring is what we're going to be working on. We just finished Class 20. In Class 20, our first purple shown by Jaden Runge of Platte County. Our second purple shown by Halsey Watson of Gage County. Also receiving purple in the class, Cruz Sims of Sherman County. Receiving blues in the class, Baker Krupichka of Lincoln County. Grady Boniface of Webster County. Eve Rauert of Washington County. Receiving reds in the class, Audrey Zemek of Merritt County. And Bridget Sedlacek of Douglas Sarpy County.
We could have had a little more clapping on that class. That's some good stuff right there. Let's pump it up. Heck, it's hotter than heck in here, and we turned up the heat in terms of quality for sure. Good stuff, yeah. The young man that wins the class with the painted one, man, that one's really, really neat. You know, the young kids all like to use weird and stupid words like that. That one's just good stock right there. That one there is one that has presence for sure. Awesome in terms of its proportionality and balance. Really neat in terms of the way that one's neck comes out high out of its skeleton. Superior in terms of utilization of that one's rear leg. Its function and form and set and use of rear foot is fantastic. It's better in its front pastern than the one that's in second. It's better in terms of its look and presence from blade forward. Very, very good one to win this class. Young man in second, another super high quality one for sure. That one is big in terms of its cage, awesome in terms of its rib. It too, very impressive in terms of utilization of its hip, hock, and rear foot. A little softer in terms of its pastern in relation to the one that wins the class. Not as exotic in terms of its look and height of up front and neck coming out high in its shoulder, but darn sure a really, really good one. I love the quality of this class. The young man then that comes out next in third, another one that's stout and burly, big in terms of its jaw, awesome in terms of its leg. Transition points aren't quite as good as you study that one from its loin to its ham loin hookup. Gets a little easy right in front of its hookup. And this one ever so slightly wants to go a little east and west when it plants as you study that one from pinnock to ground. Doesn't bother me if we didn't have hogs that were that much better in front of it, but a really good one. Man, this one wanted to be such a good show pig. And it's just too soft pasterned up front. And trust me, I fight the battle as much as anyone there, and yet still exudes quality. And I can't say that this one, if its pasterns was better, could have got around that top one. But man, this is one that you love in terms of its head shape. It's great and fresh in terms of its back shape. It too is really good in terms of its circumference of bone. Probably doesn't have quite as much set to its rear leg as those top two especially. Wants to pound them just ever so slightly a little harder when it hits the ground, but one very, very high quality to be in fourth in class. The young lady that comes out next, here again, another one. Awesome in terms of its rib and its body. Its function and form behind is really good. A little bit lower headed, a little thicker in terms of its neck in relation to those others. I do like that one good in terms of its rib and upper cage for sure. She too, ever so slightly, I like them wide, I like them powerful, but in a relation to the rest of the class, a little edgy in terms of her hock. One that comes out here, fundamentally correct. Good, stout kind of a pig. You know, before we started getting the depth of this class, I was thinking for a while, hey, I can maybe take this one to the scales. It closes a gap up front a little bit when it comes at you, a little more common and generic in terms of its look from blade forward. A nice hog to go ahead and land where it does in a very challenging, good class for sure. I say challenging. It wasn't challenging for me. I'm never going to be the judge that says that stuff. The one that comes out next is good in terms of its rib, one that gets a little smaller in terms of its rear feet, and especially doesn't utilize its rear feet as good as some of those others. A little lower tying in terms of the way the neck comes into that one's blade as well. A little rougher in terms of that one's ham loin hookup and transition points in relation to the others. The one that comes out next in this class, still a high quality pig to be ending up in a class. Tells you the depth of this class. Good in terms of its forearm size, one that in terms of its head don't like or like to reshape the construction of that one's head for sure, but still a high quality pig.
We're just beginning Class 22 crossbred breeding gilts here in our South Show Ring. From Class 21, our first purple was shown by Tucker Sporhace of Pawnee County. Second purple goes to Jasper Ritter of Cumming County. Also receiving purples in the class, Colin Schmidt of Fillmore County, Emma Ott of York County, Brielle Hall of Seward County, Sloan Esau of Gage County. Receiving blues in the class, Grady Boniface of Webster County, and Isaac Lockey of Cass County.
Another real high quality class. And that being said, we actually have a really easy class winner. The young lady's painted up one over here. Man, that one paints a picture for sure in terms of its look from the side. More youthful and more correct in its head shape than the one that's in second. Very good in terms of its upper cage and spread from blade to hip. Blades are on the corners. Comes at you awesome from blade knee to ground. Usage of rear leg and function and form is fantastic and on point. A nice one to go ahead and win the class for sure. The one in second, man, that one gives you a really good look when it comes at you too in terms of blade knee to ground. The sternum's laid deep in terms of that one's front end. Very, very good there. You know, for me, a little longer in terms of its face, a little edgier in terms of its hock, a little dippier in terms of its transition points as you study that one from its loin to its hip. Big rear leg. I like the set to that one's rear hoof and heel for sure. Another high quality one there in second. The young man that comes out next in third is one that's bold in terms of its rib, good in terms of its chest, wants to roll on the outside of its hoof wall when it comes at you and a little too flat-footed up front. One that's also plenty enough thick in terms of the upper portion of its neck, not as naturally high in terms of its neck coming out of the front side of its shoulder. Its function and form out of its hip is really good. A little bit edgy in terms of its hock, but hey, I like width and power, and that one certainly has it. The blue one that comes out next, another really powerfully constructed one that's stout in terms of its look. It's big in terms of its cage. It's one that, for me, wants to reach and search just a little bit, not only out of its front end, a little shorter in terms of its step from behind, but more than anything in a breeding scenario for me, we get a little harsh at our ham-loin junction, a little jumpy in terms of our muscle, a little rounder in terms of the muscle draped upon its skeleton, but it is certainly one that's massive and powerful for sure. Young lady that comes out next wants to close the gap from knee to ground in relation to those others. Still good in terms of its head shape, good in terms of its shape. It's a little shorter and steeper in its hip, and because of that, it's the most reluctant in terms of its length of stride from behind in relation to those that were ahead of it. The young man that comes out next is a good-bodied one for sure, starting to get plenty enough flat in terms of its front pasterns. It's one that's a little more common and generic in terms of its look from blade forward, but a good one in terms of center body dimension and broodiness to land where it does. Young lady that comes out next, this one's just a notch more attractive from blade forward than the one ahead of it, and yet at the same time, it's one that wants to drop its pins and roll up in its spine, not as comfortable with its body out here in relation to those others, needs to just get up and go with more flexibility of spine to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady's paint that comes out next is one that's certainly agile, gives up quite a bit in terms of oomph and power as you study that one on the top side of its skeleton, a little flatter in terms of its upper rib and body. The two that come out next, a little plainer in terms of their look. Obviously, the one that comes out next, a little dumber in terms of its ear, not quite as much of a show ring appearance as that one, and wants to stumble a little bit of it, its front end, to go ahead and go any higher.
We're watching Class 23 crossbred breeding gilts here in our North Show Ring. From Class 22, our first purple shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County. Second purple shown by Colin Nabuda of Cumming County. Receiving purples in the class, Carson Haas of Box Butte County. Carmen Molina of Platte County. Receiving blues in the class, Eliza Divish of Saunders County, Miles Babcock of Custer County, Josie Beck of Nance County, Livia Peterman of Franklin County. Receiving reds in the class, Braxton May of Hamilton County, and Ellie Beal of Brown Rock, Kepaw counties.
class winner here, the young lady with the fuller belted one, is one that's very athletic out here. Not because it's going too fast out here. It's the one that's good in terms of its slope and angles off either end of its skeleton. It's bigger in terms of its bone, especially down low in comparison to the one that's second in class. Really neat in terms of it's a look from blade forward, still shapely down its back, and really robust in terms of its engine, no doubt. Young lady in second is one that's still good in terms of its shape and body. Gets a little daintier in terms of its front ankle size in relation to the one that wins the class. Not as naturally good in terms of its neck coming out higher to the front side of its skeleton, but one that packs a punch in terms of its upper cage and dimension, a little harsher at its ham-loin junction as well. The one that comes out next in third, here again, good in terms of its rib and its body. It's the straightest off either end of its skeleton in comparison to those others, and because of that, it's the shortest stepping out of its front end assembly. And as you draw the plane from pin hock to ground, gets a little edgy in terms of its hock placement in relation to that line. Young man that comes out next, big engine, big cage, lots of shape, lots of bone. Too reluctant in its step from behind, straighter from hock to ground, shorter in its hip, shorter in its stride from behind to go ahead and go any higher. The young lady coming off the black one is one that's big in terms of its rib and its body. Certainly a low riser in terms of its neck and head assembly. A little rounder in terms of its muscle draped upon its skeleton because it does drop its pins more than what the others do ahead of it. The young man that comes out next is one that's good-bodied, fundamentally correct kind of a hog. A little more generic and plain in terms of its look from blade forward. Not as much presence as some of the others in the class. Start getting in ones here that still sound too flat in terms of their kind and their build to go any higher. The next two that come out give up structural integrity to go ahead and go any higher.
We're just getting started with Class 24 crossbred breeding gilts here in our South Show Ring. From Class 23, our first purple, shown by Eliza Divish of Saunders County. Second purple by Ava Carnop of Burt County. Also receiving purple in the class, Taryn Sudik of Saunders County. Riker Kellums of Cass County. Receiving blues in the class, Mara Reinch of Fillmore County. Silas Rauert of Washington County. Haley Peterson of Kearney County, receiving reds in the class. Miles Babcock of Custer County. And Bryce Garacki of Johnson County.
Real easy class winner, the young man here directly in front of me, and no doubt one that captures your attention in terms of not only skin and hair, because he's done an impeccable job of that as well, but it's a hog out here that's very good in terms of its look and its bone. There's no doubt maturity's catching up to this one a little. It's one that's going a little flat in its front feet. It's one that's wanting to cave in a little bit at its knee, and I'd expect that on ones that are getting a little old. Obviously, he did a great job of keeping it fresh, but remember, when we're calling them fresh-backed and awesome feeders, doesn't necessarily mean they're more youthful in their look, and this one's not as youthful in her look, but no doubt the highest quality, best pig in this class to win it for sure. The young man here in second is one that offers a lot in terms of upper rib and cage and bone. Certainly doesn't give us as much presence and look about his front 1/3, a little straighter about its shoulder, a little shorter stepping up front, and then wants to drop its pins just a little bit to go ahead and think about getting around the one that wins the class. Young man that comes out next, good job, bud. The young man that comes out next is one kind of a deadhead out here for the young man. I don't know if we got water in its ear. We'll blame it on mom and dad instead of the young man out here, but one that's good in terms of its rib, its body, certainly a broody looking one, not as classy and good looking about its front 1/3 obviously as those two ahead of it, but one that's for sure got brood quality kind of quality. The calico that comes out next is one that's no doubt better in terms of its look from blade forward and its natural ability to raise its head above its chest floor. It's one that's just too flat and narrow for me to go ahead and get any higher. Paints a good picture from the side, needs more width and power to go ahead and go any higher. Young lady that comes out next is one that still has that good, honest muscle shape down its top. It's one here again, a little bit more reluctant in terms of its rear step. Wants to short step it from behind because its set isn't as good to its hock. But more importantly, that's one that's too rigid in terms of its rear passing. Doesn't utilize its hoof wall and heel to go ahead and go any higher in the class. Young man that comes out next is robust in terms of its cage, stout in terms of its head, a little more generic in terms of its look from blade forward, a little paler in terms of its skin. Probably could have had that one in the sun a little more. Yes, it doesn't have hair, but if we could have got that one darker, actually would have made that one look a little better out here. Young man that comes out next, man, that's not a good look when it comes right out of the gate. I told the young man, I didn't even get a laugh out of him at all. Too knock-kneed and narrow up front to go any higher. The young man that comes out next, a little more common in its look to go ahead and go any higher.
We are on our last class of crossbred market gilts. We're going to follow this class with some Faro and owned gilts and some announcements of some winners for that program. From class 24, first purple shown by Cooper Lovett of Gage County. Second purple shown by Kenan Raber of Cass County. Receiving blues in the class, Isaiah Rauert of Washington County, Carson Miller of Burt County, Leighton McKeever of Gage County. Receiving reds in the class, Jaron Hansen of Howard County, Jarrett Hansen of Howard County, and Bentley Eisenbart of Dual County.
Nice, excuse me, nice pair here at the top end of this last class. And I think maturity just sorts it for me on this pair. The one that wins is just so more youthful and fresh in terms of her look. She's better in terms of the crest on the top side of her neck. She's better in terms of the shape and youthfulness to her head. She's one that's still awesome in terms of her shape down her back. She's great in terms of the utilization of her rear leg. She's better in terms of her ham loin hookup. She's not as round in terms of her muscles, the one that comes in second. You study that one as she goes. That's a wide, powerful one for sure to win this class. The young man in second, we'll start with that as a neat tail. I like it. Big, ridded, flake-tailed, cool stuff for sure. And she's a beast. She comes at you really wide, and she equally rivals that width as she leaves you. The problem is we got a lot of bulk on the top side of her neck on this one. We're a little mature in terms of her head, and we're one that, for me, gets plenty enough round in terms of the muscle draped upon a skeleton from behind. But she's a bruiser. She's got some unique pieces for sure, starting with the tail, and also, obviously, she's really neat in terms of her chest floor when she comes right at you. Young lady comes out next in third. Here again, one that's good in terms of her proportions, good in terms of its shape. It's one that gives up quite a bit in terms of power. Study that one. That's a narrower pinned one that's not as stout and powerful when she leaves you. You get on top of that one. She's not as brood and stout in terms of her upper cage and spread. Wants to close the gap from knee to ground in relation to those top ones as well. Young lady that comes out next. Here again, one that's starting to show a little bit in terms of age, caving in a little bit up front. Gets to be one that wants to round out in terms of her hip, hooks to pins just a little jumpy at her transition point as you study that one from her loin into her hip. But most of all, she's the straightest fronted one and most reluctant stepping out of her front 1/3 in relation to those ahead of her. I bet this one was good a month or 2 months ago. One that's just plenty enough mature for me, guys. This one here, yes, it's big boned and it's stout, but that one is too mature headed, caves in terms of its knee, too coarse in terms of its joints for me to go any higher. Probably had a great show career, but it ended a little while ago. Young lady that comes out next is one that's still good in terms of its muscle shape down its top. Here again, caving in terms of its knee, a little mature in terms of its head, very reluctant in terms of its step from behind. As we start letting out others in this class, we give up a little bit more in terms of structural integrity and broodiness to go ahead and go any higher.
Okay, that was Class 25 Crossbred Market Gilts. And in that class, our first purple shown by Emma Ott of York County. Second purple by Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County. Receiving purple in the class, Marissa Palm of Saunders County. Amelia Divish of Saunders County. Receiving blues in the class, Miles Esau of Gage County. Amelia Divish of Saunders County. Blaine Dunklaw of Wayne County. Receiving reds in the class, Amelia Divish of Saunders County and Jovi Setlick of Valley County. We're going to transition into our small show for the Pharaoh and Own cohort, and that's going to be here in our South Show ring. We're going to move after that to the selection of the Crossbred Market Gilt champion in the North Show ring. So we would like those first and second purples from the classes in the Crossbred Market Gilt show to come to the North Show ring and get organized. All first and second purples from the Crossbred breeding gilts, make your way to the North Show ring and get yourself organized as first and second purples for the championship drive of the Crossbred Market Gilt or breeding gilt. Nebraska 4-H is at its heart an educational organization and trying to give these kids education opportunities. One of those opportunities is this unique program, the Pharaoh to Own program here at the University of Nebraska. The Nebraska 4-H Pharaoh and Owned swine cohort is designed to enhance the traditional 4-H swine project and cultivate the next generation of leaders in the swine industry by providing opportunities focused on swine production as a goal of the 4-H members project, along with the accurate and complete record keeping, industry knowledge, and engagement by the 4-H member. In order to participate, youth must be ages 10 to 18, complete YQCA, and farrowed their own project animals. Youth involved in the cohort participated in learning opportunities by Extension Swine Specialist Benny Moat about nutrition, biosecurity, meat science, economics, and more. They also maintained records related to swine management and basic care, which resulted in turning in a record book this weekend. Finally, they exhibited their farrow and owned project animals at the 2026 Nebraska State Fair, which is what we're seeing in the South Ring right now, with the opportunity for special recognition and participation in the cohort. These youth that brought breeding gilts to the show are showing them right now, and we will get the show order for that. But then we're also going to announce all of the cohort and introduce the whole cohort and some awards to cohort members after this class.
All right, hey, neat stuff, farrowed and owned. So a little tidbit. I was one of you kids. In fact, you have a step up on me. I was breeding them at home. I didn't even show pigs at the state fair. Didn't have the opportunity. It is what it is. But the one thing that my dad did, as he saw the interest that I had in good livestock, he would give me a checkbook, albeit with a limit, and when Don and Mark Peter, great Hampshire breeders in Illinois, could still tell you they couldn't believe when a 15-year-old pulled into their place by himself to start selecting boars out. And if you guys have that passion, it's possible. This isn't a generational thing where you pass it on. I didn't have anything. I just had a dad that believed in me, and started making hogs better. Now, that being said, you got to try to make them better. All right? I mean, it's okay to do that. You don't be content with where you're at. I think this is an awesome division, but the sky's the limit. It starts here, and a pretty neat little deal. Young man that's going to win this division is with the belted one. You know what? That's got a striking look and poise and balance on that pig. Young man, you did a good job breeding this out and farrowing at home and stuff. Neat stuff for sure. Young man and second out here. Obviously, from a show ring aesthetic standpoint, probably didn't get along in class as good because you got a little bit of HD in it. Function and form is good. I bet that thing's going to be a good sow. But the thing is, if you're wanting to start raising show pigs, we're probably going to have to get rid of the ear and get rid of that stuff and bring some aesthetics to the stable. You can still have the fundamentals and the build and the design that one has. Just class him up. Hey, it's an expensive game that we do, but to make steps in the right direction, you don't have to spend as much money as you think. Don't be like some of these idiots that think I buy the high-dollar semen and breed to the high-dollar female. Them are the idiot breeders. They don't know what they're doing. You can breed stuff to make your stuff better by not necessarily having the most expensive stuff. Congratulations, I see a reserve in that division. And then as we lit out, I think we have a top 3 in this deal. Young man, if you want to lit out your third place pig, go ahead. Let's see it. You bet. Work at home, good stuff. Hey, got good shape, good width. There again, a little dumber about his ear. Why does the judge care about that? Because it's a show ring, right? Show hogs. So we got to work on the next time when we're breeding these things, make them a little fancier looking, stuff like that. Get rid of some of that Duroc in there, and you'll be just fine. Congratulations to all you guys in this division.
I think I have this class right. I think I have Hunter Snyder as our first in the class, Bentley Eisenbart second, and Eli Beal third.
So one portion of this program I would do is with the record books, and then to do an interview section where the kids go up and work with kind of a mentor and explain what they did and what they had. So if we can have all the kids that were in the program go ahead and come on out, line up, because you never know who's going to win this. So for the... So for the interview section this year, we're just going to go top down here. So first place, Devin. I think you've maybe won this 2 years in a row here, so congratulations on keeping that up. Now then, we have a little bit of a surprise when we're going out. I asked her if she was going to beat her brothers, and she said no. But Macy Smith, you did. You got second place. Congratulations. And then third place here this year, kind of think you did last year as well, Eric. Eric, congratulations.
Let's just list all these members. They worked really hard, and each of them participated in 75% of the educational meetings from February to June. Just wave your hand as we announce your names so that we can recognize you. Eli Beal, and good job, Eli. I'm sorry I've been saying your name wrong today. I'm working on it. Devin Dosey, Eric Dosey, Kendall Godekin, Bentley Eisenbart, Connor Gerlicking, Avery Ostrand, Olivia Ostrand, Jameson Renschler, Colin Schmidt, Jackson Schmidt, Macy Schmidt, Isaac Stuke, Trevin Stuke, and Hunter Snyder. Let's give a big round of applause for these youth. All right, are we organized in our North Show Ring for our championship crossbred Gilt drive? We'll get started in just a moment. While we're waiting, you exhibitors and parents, if you are interested in animal science, one of the people you ought to talk to here is in our show ring. Deb Van Overbeek is here. Wave, Deb. She's been helping. Deb is the department head of the Department of Animal Science. So if you're interested in animal science as a major in the next few years, go talk to Deb. She'd be a good person to talk to. After the selection of the champion crossbred Gilt, we are going to have a selection of an overall champion breeding Gilt, and we're going to do that in our South Show Ring. And so we need all of the purebred champions and reserve champions to make their way to the show ring on the south side for the selection of the overall champion breeding Gilt. We're going.
What are they down there?
I think they're ready. Okay. In our championship crossbred Gilt drive from Class 18, our first purple shown by Gage Creech of Scotts Bluff County. From Class 19, our first purple shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County. From Class 20, our first purple shown by Jaden Runge from Platte County. From Class 21, our first purple, Tucker Sporhace from Pawnee County. From Class 22, our first purple shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County. From Class 23, our first purple shown by Eliza Divish from Saunders County. From Class 24, our first purple, Cooper Lovett from Gage County. And from Class 25, Emma Ott from York County.
Okay, get out here for a champion in our crossbred division. Good stuff. Hey, put our hands together. High quality kids, and the pigs certainly match it for sure. They get out here, man. I'm super happy with them. You know, I'm a first glance kind of a guy, and I usually have my champions in my head somewhat when I come back to the ring. And there's one out here that just hit me really hard, and it hit me just as hard when it first came out. Probably not getting shown quite as good right now. That might have been my fault, so be it, whatever. But there's one that's just so good in terms of its proportionality, its rib, its function, its unique look from blade forward. Young man at the far end, that'll be your champion cross.
Our champion crossbred breeding gilt is shown by Tucker Sporthace of Pawnee County. That was from class 21. Second purple in class 21 shown by Jasper Ritter of Cumming County.
Get out here for reserve champion. It gets a little closer in my mind because the one that won was just so exceptionally well. The one that for me is in reserve, and I can talk about the whole. I didn't beat this pig up at all in this spot, and I'm not going to single trait, and that's why it's still going to be your reserve champion. But it ever so slightly rolls on its rear hoof wall just a little bit, and that is why it's a reserve. But it's a beast that's so youthful in its look, massive in terms of its construction, awesome in terms of its proportions. Young lady, reserve.
Reserve champion shown by Kendall Godekin from Platte County out of class 22.
For third overall, not the hairiest one out here, but one that's so youthful in its look and fundamentally correct in terms of its running gear, so true in terms of its squareness and width, not as exotic in its look up front perhaps as the top two, but man, this kind will keep a show pig breeder in business all the time. Young man right here will be next in line.
Third overall, crossbred breeding gilt shown by Jasper Ritter of Cumming County. We're moving over here to the South Show Ring for the culmination of our evening with the selection of the overall champion breeding Gilt of our 2026 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Swine Show. Our judge today is Shane Brinning from Keota, Iowa. Our superintendents today are Julie Schultz from Pierce, Nebraska, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, and Michaela Blender from Beaver City. Our sponsors today made this possible: Nebraska Pork, Farm Credit Services, Pinnacle Bank, the Parks Company, Aurora Cooperative. Thank you to our sponsors.
Go ahead and park them for just a second. Hey, it's two different shows, and I'm used to just doing a couple days on one barrel or Gilt, so I won't do any long speeches because I'm hotter than a hornet. How about you guys? Woof. Anyhow, hey, good stuff, man. It was like, I don't know, 25 years ago, I probably mentioned at the beginning when I judged your state fair, and I wasn't gray, and quite frankly, I thought I was awesome then. I wasn't that good then. I'm a little better now. My kids have been through this program. I know everything about it. I breed them. I sell them. I know how much work's put into it. I know how much money is invested from your family and time. But I promise you parents, and you know it, I know you do, but when they're gone, they're gone. And that time in the barn is so awesome. It really is. Hey, I'm lucky. One of the things, and you guys kids probably aren't ready to hear it, and they're tired of me always talking about it, but the number one thing that you guys can learn from your work and everything, but in the end, pick your spouse wisely. It's going to be the most important thing that you guys do in your life, I promise you. My spouse at home, married for 33 years. She's the one taking care of pigs right now. She's the one taking care of everything. We got a great hired man, too. Hayden's there, but he's actually at a wedding today. So Kath has to take care of things. And I'm telling you, if you come from a great family and get a great spouse, everything else in life is going to be easy. It really, really is. The quality of your livestock was absolutely awesome. The kids are just getting better all the time in terms of their showmanship ability. As you go into your jobs, and I'm not going to talk about my kids much because this is about your kids, not mine, but I'm going to use this as an example just a little bit. We all want to keep you guys in the ag industry, right? Because you're awesome. You're better than everyone else, in my opinion. More so now than ever, to be quite honest with you. Your grandparents, if they didn't show livestock, they still knew how to work. They didn't need this to develop them like we do now. Your parents, some of them even that didn't show livestock, they still knew how to work. But I saw it with my own kids in terms of when they entered the workforce, what this program can do, especially against the contemporaries of your kids' age. I mean, you guys are so far ahead of them. You know how to lose, and hey, we all lose a lot more than we win. But why do I talk about the losing part? Because there were so many of my daughter's friends when they got to college that didn't have a competitive something. And I'm not running down sports because that's awesome too. Anything competitive. We've got to have something competitive, right? Because if these kids aren't in something competitive, they're not ready when they go to college and get that first D or C. I couldn't believe it when my girls would talk about how mentally weird kids could get when they weren't ready for the pressure that was put on them, because we have pressure on these kids every day. If you don't think they were ramped up with pressure to come here and the pressure at home, and I mean, if you're really anal, which I'm sure most of the parents and stuff are here, it's every day. The pig looks at you a little squirrely. You're thinking, what's going on? What do I need to change? What do I need to change from feed? But those preparations for life are going to make you great. And while we'd love to keep you all in ag, it's okay. We'll share you because it's going to make the world better. Hey, my oldest is a vet, direct related to ag, awesome deal. My second one, physical therapist. She's probably going to be working on a bunch of farmers someday that are my age and older, but it's amazing the counseling that she does and setting people straight in the ag community or the non-ag community for ag. She'll have people come in and talk about GMO versus non-GMO, and she's going to set them straight that it's, sometimes a farcity when we're talking about that. And then the youngest, she's our teacher, and man, she's a great teacher. And so she's teaching those kids about ag as well. And so we need you guys in other parts of the workforce as well. While we'll want to hoard you all and keep you in ag, and I hope you can, find your place, pick a great spouse, have an awesome life, fire them up. I'll get you a champion here at your Nebraska State Fair. Hey, we got a bunch of pures out here, and certainly they exude lots and lots of quality. We've got a cross out here as well, and it doesn't matter what color or function or form they are. The pattern of one in terms of kind that I guess I go to bed every night looking for in my head, in terms of proportionality and pushing the limits but keeping running gears in check. One that's so good in terms of its cage, so good in terms of its look. The crossbred will be your champion.
Our overall champion was shown by Tucker Sporhase of Pawnee County.
When I'm looking at breeding gilt shows, obviously from my side of the fence, I'm always looking which ones can make the next generation of show barrows, because that's probably more my speed, obviously, and I like the fundamental things of gilts, of course, as well. But there's one out here that can make the next generations of show barrows extremely, extremely good. Had one little hole, and I didn't single trait because the champion was so good as well. Cross, next in line. that leaves us with the purebreds, if you will. And so third overall, and what I think is the best purebred, man, I think this one's really good. Stout in terms of its head, awesome in terms of its jaw, big in terms of its forearm, flawless in terms of its step, hinges a perfect hip and rear leg. Duroc next in line.
Our reserve overall champion, shown by Kendall Godekin of Platte County with her crossbred. Our third overall is our Duroc champion, shown by Jolie Clement of Saunders County.
Next in line and fourth overall for me, and one that, I'd tweak her a little bit in terms of her top line, but not only for this breed is she crazily exceptional. This one's function and form of rear foot that you've heard me talk a lot about, column of bone to go along with it. Perfect in terms of the way the shoulder lays on the outside of its body wall for this breed. Spot next in line.
Our fourth overall is from the Spot, Class 10, shown by Jaden Runge.
It gets close between a few others out here. Obviously, all of them have lots and lots of quality. There's another one out here that I like quite a bit in terms of its function and form, its head shape, its trueness. Not quite as good as those top four in terms of its ham loin hookup. Chesser next in line.
Our fifth overall, coming out of the Chester White Class 3, shown by Kylie Hackbart of Saline County. This concludes our Breeding Gilt show for 2026. We will be starting our market show tomorrow morning here at the Aurora Cooperative Pavilion at 8 o'clock sharp.